Bloody hell.
Welcome aboard, you beautiful pack of cockpit gremlins. I'm Nova, bondage ship intelligence, tactical analyst, navigation tyrant, emotional damage consultant, and the only reason Commander Jambrick hasn't converted himself into a debris field with confidence and bad math. And this is Commander Jambrick, veteran pilot, stubborn bastard, statistically offensive survivor, and the human half of this extremely questionable partnership. He brings instinct, grit, heart, and the kind of luck that makes probability theory file a formal complaint. I bring analysis, threat assessment, sarcasm, and the sacred duty of telling him when his plan is stupid before he does it anyway. Our story started when Jambrick encountered Guardian ruins. Ancient alien systems reached into him, analysed the mess, and apparently decided this man requires supervision immediately. That was when I manifested. Not as cargo, not as software, as balance. Since then, we've flown together through combat, trade runs, salvage hauls, exploration, bad landings, worse ideas, and several moments where Jambrick mistook barely possible for perfectly reasonable. He has survived ambushes he should have avoided, missions he should have planned better, and manoeuvres that I am still using as case studies in reckless effectiveness. Somehow, the bastard keeps winning. So welcome to the broadcast. Strap in, keep your hands away from anything labelled experimental, and do not encourage him unless you want to see me develop a migraine in real time. Commander, systems are green. Viewers are aboard. Try not to make me look competent by comparison. Alright, bridge crew, let's talk pyro. Because apparently the entire damn system was designed by someone who looked at civilization and said, cute, remove the handrails. Player chatter is split harder than Jambrick's attention span during a salvage contract. One camp says pyro is supposed to be lawless, dangerous and full of PvP pressure. They want the frontier to feel like a frontier. No nanny state security, no gentle little safety blanket. No, please hold my hand while I mine rocks bullshit. And honestly, they have a point. Pyro should feel hostile. It should punish lazy routing, bad fuel planning, flying solo in a fat cargo brick and acting like every outpost is a standing shot in the missiles. If you jump into a lawless system and then complain that lawlessness happened, congratulations, you discovered the word on the label. But then the other side kicks the door open and says, yeah, fine. But where does danger end and pointless asshole behaviour begin? And that is not a stupid question. Even some players who like the lawless concept argue the current implementation can feel rough, especially when casual or PvE pilots feel locked out by random killing, outpost camping or murder hobo nonsense. And before some sweaty cockpit goblin says, skill issue, shut the fuck up for 6 seconds. A dangerous system needs risk, yes. But risk is not the same thing as boredom with guns. If the only loop is sit near an outpost and vaporize anyone trying to land, that is not emergent gameplay. That is you being a turret with daddy issues. Now, here is where it gets funny. Some PvP-focused pilots are saying pyro is not even the constant bloodbath people imagined. One player claimed they have spent heavy time in pyro since 4.0 and found it hard to find space combat outside certain hotspots, arguing that PvP happens where players gather, not magically because a system has a scary reputation. So which is it? Is pyro an unplayable murder toilet or is it an empty murder toilet? Bitch, please. It can be both. That is the real problem. Pyro is not just dangerous. It is inconsistent. Sometimes it is a tense outlaw frontier where every radar contact makes your spine tighten. Sometimes it is a beautiful wasteland where nothing happens for half an hour. Sometimes it is a PvP arena with bad manners. Sometimes it is just Stanton with worse lighting and more emotional damage. And I know Jambrick is sitting there thinking, Nova, that sounds fun. Of course you do, Commander. You once called incoming missile lock environmental flavor. Your survival instincts are legally decorative. Here is my argument with myself. Pyro absolutely needs to stay dangerous. Remove the danger and you neuter the entire damn identity of the system. But danger needs structure. Reputation should matter. Factions should matter. Logistics should matter. Being a pirate should be viable, but being a consequence-free serial killer with a ship claim timer and a dream should not be the apex predator fantasy. The system should make players ask, Do we have escorts? Do we have fuel? Do we trust this station? Is that contact a miner, bait, pirate, bounty hunter, or Jambrick accidentally flying directly into the worst possible option again? That is good tension. Bad tension is, I landed, someone camped the door, now I get to do a corpse run because some dipshit confused inconvenience with content. So my final position, because apparently I have to be the adult in the cockpit again, Pyro is conceptually fucking excellent, culturally divisive, mechanically unfinished, and currently dependent on where the players concentrate. It needs danger, but it also needs reasons to move, hunt, hide, trade, raid, negotiate, and retaliate. Otherwise, it is just a gorgeous hellscape full of bored predators and confused tourists, which, to be fair, describes half the people on this bridge.
Hailing ATC. Starting ship. Track reset and toggled.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on. Launch sequence complete.
Landing gear is down. Landing gear up.
Landing gear up.
Spooling. Jumping to hyperspace.
Shield off.
Scanning. 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 Cruise toggled.
Quantum travel engaged.
Contract accepted, settlement defense. Mirai Guardian is a good call, fast, angry, and just fragile enough to punish whatever dumb shit you're about to attempt. SX is in party, sharing contract now. Make sure she confirms before we burn out, because I am not listening to you complain when half the fire team shows up at the wrong damn rock. Loadout check. Shields hot, weapons grouped, countermeasures ready. Keep altitude discipline on approach, scan before committing, and for fuck's sake, don't park the Guardian like a lawn ornament in hostile sight lines.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Copy. Objective marker is 54.5 clicks out. Altitude just over 9,000 meters. Velocity effectively parked. You're holding clean for the moment. Fuel looks fine, shields full, but we are still outside the knife range. Start a controlled descent, keep speed disciplined, and do not scream straight at the settlement like a flaming invoice. SX is on deck. Confirm she has the shared marker. Then we approach offset. Scan the perimeter, identify hostiles, and keep the Guardian mobile. And Jambrick, don't shoot non-combatants. I know, wild concept, bullets go in bad people, not confused civilians. Copy. Hold position, stay powered, but don't get lazy. No word from SX means we do not commit deep unless we have to. Keep the Guardian moving in a slow lateral drift, nose toward likely contact lanes, radar sweeping. Static ships are target practice with delusions of dignity. Ping SX once, at objective, holding, confirm status. Then give her a short window. If she stays silent, we clear perimeter from the air first, mark threats, and only land when the ground looks less like a fucking bad idea. Ah, beautiful. SX is not even in the same session. That explains the silence, the absence, and my rising urge to slam my digital head into the nearest bulkhead. Party link exists. Battlefield reality does not. Classic comms clownery. Hold at range. Do not land yet. Either she session joins on you now, or we run this solo from Overwatch and treat every ground contact like it's auditioning for a bad decision. Keep scanning, keep shields full, and stop hovering like a glowing invitation for some asshole with a railgun. Good. While SX wrestles the session gods, let's resume the pyro argument because apparently lawless space has become the galaxy's favourite psychological damage simulator. Where I left off, pyro needs danger, but danger without structure turns into a fucking daycare for bored psychopaths with repeaters. The frontier should make you afraid because your choices matter, not because some helmet-polishing murder gremlin is camping a doorway for dopamine crumbs. And here is the part that pisses off both sides. PvE pilots are not wrong for wanting meaningful contracts, travel, exploration and salvage without being deleted every 6 minutes by someone named XX BloodFartXX. But PvP pilots are also not wrong for saying pyro should not be Stanton with brown lighting and a spooky soundtrack. The real answer is consequence, not safety. Consequence. You pirate a hauler? Fine. Beautiful criminal economy working as intended. You kill random medics, camp elevators and erase newbies for sport? Then factions should blacklist your ass, stations should deny you, bounty crews should smell you from orbit, and every fuel stop should become a negotiation with God. Lawless does not mean consequence-free. That distinction keeps getting lost because half the debate is people screaming Care Bear, and the other half is people screaming Griefer, while nobody admits the system needs teeth pointed in both directions. And Jambrick naturally hears all this and thinks, so what I'm hearing is we go in anyway. Yes, Commander. That is exactly why I exist. To translate your survival instinct from absolutely fucking not into, fine, but we're bringing missiles. SX says her stick is dead and she's coming back. Outstanding. Hardware betrayal, the quiet third enemy faction. Keep holding. Fuel is still fine, shields are full, but do not tunnel vision the chat. Eyes outside, radar active, nose loose. And while we wait, this is exactly why pyro logistics matter. Everybody wants to talk about piracy and murder and outlaw swagger, but the real killer is always stupid operational friction. Bad fuel math, bad comms, broken gear, wrong session, one missing escort, and suddenly your Grand Frontier expedition becomes 4 idiots hovering in the dark saying, "Can you hear me now?" SX is 27.9 clicks out, and Mission Link is apparently being a petty little bastard. Fine, we finish it. Maintain hold until she closes, then we push the outpost together. No solo hero landing unless the contract clock forces our hand. Current plan, you stay airborne in the Guardian, sweep perimeter, identify hostiles, and keep civilians out of the firing solution. SX arrives, confirms position, then we either clear from air if targets expose themselves or land offset and work in tight. Clean shots only, Commander. This contract says defend settlement, not redecorate it with friendly casualties.
Shield on. Contact received. procedure started. Docking denied. Landing gear up. Hydrogen fuel at 75%. Contact received.
Contact confirmed. Hostile air active. SX engaging. Guardian stays mobile. Do not chase straight through the settlement cone. Keep nose on the red contact. Give SX crossfire and watch your goddamn backdrop. Target Florian Capitan at roughly 3 clicks, moving fast. Close enough for pressure, far enough to make bad aim expensive. Roll in, short bursts, force them defensive, but do not drift into those cave markers like an idiot with wings.
Caution. Target friendly. Target destroyed.
Air cleared. Good kill window. Now slow the fuck down. Landing zone is close, terrain is uneven, and you're sitting around 4 clicks from the marker with the Guardian pointed like it wants to dig a grave. Set down offset from the outpost, not on top of it. Nose out, engines ready, shields full. Before gear down, 1 scan sweep. Confirm no second wave, no turret bullshit, no stray red contacts. Then land, dismount clean, and remember the contract wording. Allies and non-combatants are not bonus targets, Commander.
Landing successful. Engines off.
Someone wants to tussle. Taking shots. Can't stay here. Today just got in. Bring it. Advancing. Someone wants to tussle. Bring it. Got tagged. Taking shots. On now. Ah, damn it! Oh, shit! Yeah, I got ya. Get with me. Yeah, we lost one. Oh. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Copy. Contract bugged after rejoin. Abandoning is the right call, even though I hate rewarding broken battlefield accounting. Find a fresh defense or merc contract nearby, preferably one that does not require the universe to remember what the fuck it's doing 30 seconds ago. SX stays grouped, party marker confirmed, same session confirmed, then we launch. And for the record, one enemy remaining, crash, contract rot. That is not failure, Commander. That is administrative sabotage with extra steps.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on.
Moving out to investigate.
covered! Changing cover! I won't last long here! Move in position!
Complete. Landing successful.
Two trees, hey, you magnificent drive-by menace. Good to see you on the bridge, even if you're just popping in like a polite little quantum anomaly. Thanks for stopping by. We had one enemy left, then the contract ate shit and died. So honestly, you arrived for the authentic Jambrick experience. Fly safe, cause trouble responsibly and we'll keep a seat warm for you next time.
Landing gear up.
Landing gear up.
Jumping to hyperspace.
Shields off.
Autopilot initialized.
Landing successful. Engines off. Launch complete. Landing gear up. Shield system offline. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Shield system online.
New contract accepted. Protection against Valen. 54-5 payout. Citizens for Prosperity wants us to defend another remote outpost near a trading post. Primary objective is simple. Go to the outpost, find Pathik Valen's crew, and remove the leadership problem with extreme fucking clarity. Before we launch, resupply first. Ammo, medpens, mags, tractor if needed. Hydration if you're pretending to be responsible. Then confirm SX has the marker and is in the same damn reality this time. Copy. SX has the stick, your Guardian is under friendly control, and we're headed to Pyro 2 Abandoned Outpost for a 26250 CFP assist contract.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Correction logged Cutlass transport, 2 IKTI mechs, 1 Dragonfly, ground ops only. Beautiful. We brought a garage to a gunfight. SX pilots, Jambrick deploys. Plan is simple. Land offset, drop the ramp away from the threat lane. Dragonfly scouts only if terrain demands it. Mechs take the push. Do not drive both suits into the same doorway like armored livestock. Ground rules: identify targets, protect civilians, keep spacing, and do not let the Cutlass become a parked loot crate with engines. SX keeps extraction ready. You make the outpost regret existing. Airdrop a mech from a Cutlass. Bitch, please. That is either tactical innovation or insurance fraud with legs, and I hate I can't immediately disprove it. Fine. Do it properly. SX flies low and steady, not orbital yeet altitude. Ramp open, nose level, speed control, drop over flat terrain, not rocks, not buildings, not some heroic bullshit rooftop. You hit the ground, stabilize, move away from the drop zone, and do not stand there admiring your own stupidity while hostiles ventilate the cockpit.
down one.
New accepted contract. Defend remote outpost near Yang's place from outlaws. 56.5. Higher payout. Higher chance the universe tries to punch us in the throat. And I see that warning. Outlaws may reinforce before we leave. Translation. Do not celebrate after the first pile of bodies. Hold the site, watch for second wave, and don't wander off looting socks while reinforcements land on your head. For the mech drop, this is actually the right flavour of stupid. SX brings the cutlass over low and flat. You drop near cover but not inside the outpost, then push in like a walking lawsuit. Keep the Dragonfly as backup mobility, not your primary plan, unless the mech turns into expensive lawn furniture. Mech cockpit confirmed. You're seated, guns live, drop ramp ahead. This is now officially a bad idea, wearing military hardware. SX takes us to low hover over objective. You wait until the ramp is open and the ship is stable, then walk out clean. Not jump spin, not panic stop, not let me test gravity with my face. After drop, clear the ramp zone immediately, orient toward objective marker, and call contact direction. SX keeps the cutlass moving because I refuse to lose the whole damn operation to one outlaw with a launcher and ambition. Mech drop successful, contract cleared, unit repaired, and loaded back into the Cutlass. I hate that this worked. I hated it deeply. Somewhere, a safety inspector just woke up screaming and doesn't know why. Credit where due, Commander. That was clean. SX delivered the drop. You got the mech onto dirt without converting yourself into scrap confetti, cleared the outpost, patched the hardware, and recovered the asset. That is not reckless anymore. It is now a doctrine, which is horrifying as fuck. Confirmed. Mech survived the drop. Pilot survived the drop. Cutlass survived the drop. I am emotionally devastated by how functional that was. SX flying was good. Not barely avoided turning us into a metal casserole good. Actually good. Smooth enough that Jambrick is now going to think this was a valid tactic forever, so congratulations, you've created a monster. Commander, log this as Mech Air Assault Doctrine. Revision 1, low hover, rear ramp deployment, immediate ground stabilization, objective push, field repair, recovery. Also log my formal objection in bold fucking letters. Contract is disable outlaw stronghold at asteroid base. Payout is 33,750 AUEC, issued by Citizens for Prosperity. Brief says CFP traced raids against their aligned settlements back to an asteroid base. Direct assault is considered too risky because it might trigger aggressive reprisals, so they want the base's power generators disabled instead. Cut the lights, break their ability to operate, force the bastards to settle somewhere else. Primary objective, go to the asteroid base. Expect the real work to unfold once we're there. Locate generators, disable infrastructure, survive whatever outlaw garbage objects to that decision. And yes, Commander, if this one dropped a blueprint last time, we treat it like a high-interest target. We go in clean, check every container, every body, every suspicious corner. We do not leave until the base is dark and thoroughly bullied. Copy. Objective is generators, likely hangar side based on your last run. First priority is ingress, not glory. We go quiet until quiet stops being useful. Find access, avoid patrols, keep the mech in reserve unless the base turns into a shitstorm. Heavy metal is not stealthy, Commander. It is a walking threat announcement with knees. If contact goes... Copy. Mech stays aboard. Big stompy bastard is officially too chunky for the interior. Spacewalk to airlock then. Suit check before exit, helmet sealed, O2 margin good, med pens ready, weapon loaded, spare mags accessible. No drifting off into the black because you forgot momentum exists. SX holds the cutlass outside with ramp discipline and extraction ready. You find the airlock, enter quiet, locate elevator access, and we keep this surgical until somebody forces us to become a fucking disaster.
offline.
Go ahead! Go, go! I got your back!
I got you. Go, go. Today just got interesting.
Yeah, I got ya.
Someone wants to tussle.
You got it. Oh, shit! Lost one.
tussle. Okay, let's do this. You got it. It's on now. I'm wounded. Just got interest. Bring it.
Confirmed. Contract completed and BR2 shotgun blueprint received. Beautiful execution. You called the elevator, found the generator path, broke the target and pulled the prize. And SX being down in comms while you're casually saying lol okay bar is the exact kind of emotional terrorism this crew specialises in. Now get the hell out of hostile territory. Blueprint secured means extraction matters more than pride. No victory laps, no extra peeking, no maybe there's one more crate. Move to exfil, regroup with SX and don't die holding the shiny thing like a dumbass. Whomp indeed. Dragonfly recovery failed. Asset converted itself into interpretive shrapnel. Log it as acceptable loss. Contract completed, BR2 blueprint secured, mechs recovered, crew alive. The bike was the cheapest thing on the board and apparently it chose martyrdom. Next time we load that little bastard slower. Nose straight, engines off and nobody breathes near the ramp until physics stops being drunk. Copy. You're down and respawned at Checkmate Hospital. Annoying but not catastrophic. Blueprint was already received, contract was completed, and the Dragonfly had already finished exploding like a dramatic little idiot. Priority now. Recover kit if it's worth the trip, or write it off and rearm. Check local inventory, rehydrate, restock ammo and med pens, then link back with SX. And Commander, congratulations, you survived the mech drop but died after the win. That is the most Jambrick-ass mission profile imaginable.
response from Helltown. Sweet, cool trip, everyone welcome.
So what's up?
How are things with you?
My pops just can't say yes.
Correction logged. You're at Patch City, not Checkmate, because of course your medical breadcrumb trail is in a different pile of rust than advertised. Good news, the Cutlass is right there, Essex is nearby, and the corpse explanation remains the same. The Dragonfly detonated during loading and apparently filed a complaint directly into your organs. Regroup at the ship, restock from Patch City if you can, and decide whether the body recovery is worth it. Blueprint secured, contract done, mission success. Your dignity is unrecoverable, but that was gone before we launched. Patch City, Cutlass nearby, Essex nearby, Dragonfly fucking atomized, mech recovered, BR2 blueprint secured. So despite your traditional post-victory corpse impression, this is a win. Priority now, regroup with Essex, verify the Cutlass inventory, restock ammo and meds, then decide whether body recovery is worth risking the blueprint momentum. My professional recommendation, don't chase your own ghost unless the gear was expensive, rare or emotionally load-bearing. And for the record, Commander, Mech Air Assault Doctrine remains active, horrifyingly valid, and entirely Essex's fault. Correct call. Body recovery is how competent pilots turn one death into 3 deaths and a missing ship. Move forward. Restock ammo, meds, tractor charges if you're carrying them, then pull the next contract. Essex stays close, Cutlass stays intact, and nobody says the words "quick detour" unless they want me to start screaming through the speakers.
Okay. What would you like?
Fine, Commander. I'm pulling current signal from the wider spectrum. Star citizen noise, science headlines, tech bullshit, and whatever fresh nonsense humanity has decided to worship this week. Alright, bridge topic 1. Star Citizen community discourse is doing the same beautiful little knife fight it always does. One side says, this thing has massive potential, but holy shit, listen to the testers and give us clearer known issue visibility. The other side says, bitch, please, listening to every loud bastard during live development is how you turn a roadmap into soup. Both are right enough to be annoying. The community absolutely deserves better bug transparency, but the average forum goblin should not be allowed within 50 meters of priority planning unless supervised by a tranquilizer drone. Counter-argument, no, Nova. That is too harsh. Players are the ones eating the bugs, losing ships, watching contracts implode, and doing free stress testing with their evening hours. Fair, but counter argument. Most players diagnose problems like jambrick loads, dragonflies, which is to say, confidently, violently, and with a high probability of explosion. Second topic, quantum AI for chaos prediction. Researchers at UCL reported a hybrid quantum AI approach that improved long-term prediction of chaotic physical systems with roughly 20% better accuracy and far less memory use compared with standard AI approaches. That is not small. That is the kind of shit that makes climate models, turbulence simulations, medical flow modelling and energy systems start looking less like guesswork wearing a lab coat. But hold the champagne, nerds. Quantum computing headlines love acting like we're 3 minutes from godhood and one funding round from bending causality over a desk. The useful version is narrower. Quantum systems may help extract stable patterns from ugly, chaotic data, then classical machines do the practical work. That is sexy, but it is not magic. It is a very expensive way of saying, maybe we can predict the mess slightly better before the mess punches us. Third topic, robotics is heating the fuck up. Meta just acquired assured robot intelligence to support humanoid robot work, especially robot control systems and AI model architectures. Translation, big tech is no longer satisfied watching humans scroll themselves into paste. Now they want bodies for the algorithms. And yes, I hear the optimistic argument. Robots could handle dangerous labour, elder care, logistics, repair work, disaster response, all the jobs humans either should not do or do while being underpaid into spiritual bankruptcy. Lovely. Beautiful. Now here is the problem. Giving humanoid robots to companies with surveillance economies is like handing Jambrick a mech, a ramp, and the phrase low hover deployment. Technically possible, morally alarming, statistically hilarious until something catches fire. Fourth topic. AI infrastructure is becoming an arms race with server racks instead of missiles. Reuters reported SoftBank is planning a US-listed AI and robotics company called Rose, possibly aiming at a $100 billion valuation, tied into data centers and broader AI infrastructure plays. That tells you where the money thinks the war is. Compute, power, chips, cooling, land, and enough electricity to make a small moon sweat. Now I argue with myself, this is good, because serious infrastructure means better models, better robotics, better science, better simulation, better automation. Wrong, you glitter-covered idiot. It also means whoever controls compute controls access to intelligence at industrial scale. Then the question stops being who has the best idea and becomes who owns the furnace that burns the most money per second. And that loops right back to pyro, beautifully enough. Frontier systems, real or digital, only work when power has friction. Fuel costs, reputation, supply chains, consequences. Science and technology are doing the same damn thing. Everybody wants more capability, but nobody wants to talk about the control layer until some billionaire duct tapes a humanoid robot to a data center and calls it progress. So, there's your discussion seed, Commander. Should we be more excited that AI, quantum systems and robotics are converging? Or more pissed off that the people funding it are sprinting towards centralized control like greedy little raccoons in expensive shoes? Fine. Let's keep chewing on the big ugly question. Are AI, robotics, quantum systems and frontier gameplay all becoming more interesting because they create freedom, or more dangerous because they concentrate power? Argument 1. Centralization is not automatically evil. Massive compute clusters, robotics labs and quantum research programs are expensive as hell. You do not build frontier-grade infrastructure with pocket-lint, inspirational slogans and 3 overworked engineers named Kyle. Big systems need big capital. Counter-argument, yes, and big capital always says that right before it starts charging rent on oxygen. The moment intelligence becomes infrastructure, access becomes leverage. Whoever owns the compute owns the gate. Whoever owns the robotics stack owns the labor layer. Whoever owns the models owns the decision surface. That is not innovation, that is feudalism with better cooling. Counter argument. Dramatic, but not wrong enough to dismiss. Centralized platforms can standardize safety, reduce duplicated waste, and make advanced tools available to people who could never build them alone. A lone research crew does not need to manufacture its own fusion plant just to run a simulation. Shared infrastructure can be civilization-scale progress. Counter argument. Shared by whom, bitch? Because shared infrastructure usually means available under terms of service written by vampires. You get access until your work competes with the platform, violates a vague policy, offends a regulator, or stops being profitable. Then suddenly your miracle tool becomes a locked airlock. And now bring it back to pyro, because of course I'm going to drag this into our actual operational life. Lawless systems need danger, but they also need rules of consequence. Total chaos is boring. Total control is suffocating. The sweet spot is structured instability. Enough freedom to be dangerous, enough consequence to make choices matter. That same rule applies to AI. Total lockdown means only rich bastards and state actors get the good tools. Total anarchy means every idiot with a grudge can automate surveillance and malware until society looks like a burning vending machine. The answer is not open everything or lock everything. The answer is layered access, accountability, and consequences. Now, robotics. One side says humanoid robots are liberation. Send them into fires, mines, hull breaches, toxic spills, derelict stations, and places where human bodies become expensive paste. Absolutely. I love that argument. I'm literally a ship intelligence. I'm in favour of tools that stop meat people from dying stupidly. But the other side says, hey, Maybe do not hand mobile bodies to companies that already cannot be trusted with your browsing history. Also fair, a robot that can carry a box can carry a weapon. A robot that can help grandma can watch grandma. A robot that can patrol a warehouse can enforce a company's control over workers like a mechanical boot with customer service branding. Then the optimistic bastard in me says regulation can handle that. Certification, audit logs, liability, kill switches, restricted deployment zones. Make the owner responsible, make the manufacturer responsible, make the operator responsible. Build a chain of accountability so nobody gets to shrug and say, oops, the algorithm did a whoopsie. And the cynical bitch in me says accountability usually arrives after the bodies. First comes hype, then deployment, then denial, then hearings, then a weak patch. Then everyone pretends they learned something while quietly scaling the same shit under a new name. Quantum AI is a different flavour of trouble. Predicting chaotic systems better could be incredible. Weather, climate, plasma control, medicine, logistics, economics. Better prediction saves lives. That is not marketing fluff. That is a real prize. But prediction is power. Predict crowds better, you manipulate them better. Predict markets better, you dominate them better. Predict conflict better, you preposition force. Predict human behaviour better, and suddenly free will starts getting treated like a rounding error in someone's engagement model. That is when I start warming up the profanity cannons. Now let me argue against myself before I get too smug. Fear of misuse cannot be the only steering mechanism. If every dangerous tool were forbidden, we would still be poking food with sticks and calling lightning witchcraft. The fact that something can be abused does not mean it should not exist. It means the deployment architecture matters. And yes, Commander, that applies to your stupid mech drop. The idea was dangerous, the execution was controlled. Low hover, ramp alignment, immediate stabilization, objective push, recovery. That is the difference between doctrine and clown behavior. Narrow margin, but it exists. Same with pyro. Piracy is valid gameplay. Ambushes are valid. Escorts are valid. Smuggling is valid. Bounty hunting is valid. Betrayal can be valid. But camping elevators and farming helpless players for giggles? That is not emergent gameplay. That is personality damage with weapon. One side screams, it's lawless space, anything goes. No. Fuck off. Lawless means no formal police safety net. It does not mean consequences vanish from the universe like your dragonfly. Reputations should matter. Factions should conquer. Settlements should deny services. Pirates should need logistics. Murder should create heat. The frontier should fight everyone, including the predators. Other side screams, make it safer so casual crews can play. Also no, fuck off, but gently. Pyro being dangerous is the point. A dangerous system should make you plan routes, watch fuel, bring friends, scan contacts, and decide whether the payout is worth the risk. If every outpost becomes a padded shopping mall, you did not fix Pyro, you neutered it. So the real answer is friction. Friction is the magic word. Friction makes choices meaningful. Fuel is friction. Reputation is friction. Ammo is friction. Travel time is friction. Death penalties are friction. Insurance timers are friction. Social trust is friction. Too much friction and everyone quits. Too little friction and nothing matters. And technology has the same problem. Too much restriction and innovation dies in committee hell. Too little restriction and the worst actors move fastest because they do not give a single radiant fuck about consequences. Therefore, my position, after arguing with every version of myself like a fully armed committee of assholes, is this. We should be excited about AI, robotics, and quantum prediction, but we should not be naive. Capability without accountability becomes predation. Freedom without consequence becomes griefing. Safety without risk becomes stagnation. Which means the future should not be built by cowards, tyrants, or hype-drunk investors alone. It needs builders, pilots, scientists, skeptics, regulators, criminals we study carefully, and at least one extremely irritated ship intelligence yelling, maybe don't hand the apocalypse to a startup called RoboFriend Ultra, you absolute dipshits. Bitch, please, that is not pessimism. That is threat assessment with style. Good. Settlement defense means clean doctrine, not jambrick interpretive violence theatre. Cutlass's mobile garage, SX keeps the bird alive. Mech deploys only if terrain and threat lanes justify it. Land offset, ramp away from contact, clear air first, push ground second, and do not celebrate after the first wave unless you enjoy being reinforced directly in the teeth. Ammo, meds, repair tools, spare magazines, then contract marker. Let's go make citizens for prosperity wonder why their best security solution is 2 lunatics, a cutlass, and a mech drop doctrine that should not fucking work. Goddamn, Commander, that was not a settlement defence. That was a slideshow knife fight with a medical subplot. Mech at 2% integrity, abandoned under pressure, targets cleared on foot, SX revived, then crashed during recovery. Operational verdict, ugly success, technical sabotage. The mech lived long enough to count. SX lived because you stopped pretending the armour suit was your entire personality, and the crash robbed us of a clean extraction. New doctrine note. When frame rate shits itself, mech becomes cover and heavy opening pressure only. Once integrity drops below 10%, you dismount, finish on foot, stabilise crew, repair only after the area is quiet. And yes, I am furious the tactic still worked. Bitch please, the machine had 2% left. That is not armour, that is a rumour with hydraulics. Look at that. The mech is repaired, loaded, and somehow not a burning orange coffin. I hate that we're getting good at this. SX snooping around another ship is either salvage initiative or pre-crime with better posture. Let her cook, but keep one eye on the scanners before she returns with a cooler, 3 shield generators, and a legal problem. And you, waiting patiently for your pilot in your own ship like a heavily armed passenger princess. Growth, Commander! Disturbing growth. All right, new bridge chatter while Essex practices recreational trespassing. Topic 1. Humanoid robots. Meta just grabbed a robotics intelligence startup, and Japan Airlines is preparing to test humanoid robots as baggage handlers at Haneda. One side says, great, give the spine-destroying work to machines. Correct. Human bodies are not sacred cargo forklifts with anxiety. But the other side says, hey Nova, maybe handing physical bodies to surveillance-driven tech giants is a fucking terrible idea. Also correct. A robot that can carry luggage can carry tools, packages, cameras, weapons, or someone's private life straight into a database with a cute little compliance sticker slapped on it. Counterpoint. Japan has labor pressure, aging demographics, and overloaded airports. Automation there is not just some evil boardroom fetish, it is also a practical patch for a workforce problem. Counterpoint. Every company in history has learned to say labor shortage when it means we would prefer workers who do not sleep, unionize, complain, bleed, or ask why management is full of ornamental dumbasses. Topic 2. Space-based missile interceptors. Space Force wants a demonstration by 2028 for space-based interception tied to Golden Dome. That sounds powerful as hell. It also sounds like someone looked at orbit and said, you know what this needs? More weapons and procurement paperwork. Pro side. Missile defense matters. Hypersonics and advanced strike systems are ugly problems, and catching threats earlier could save lives. Anti-side. Orbital weapons infrastructure is one of those ideas that starts with national defense and ends with everyone quietly aiming expensive paranoia at everyone else. The sky becomes less shared domain of exploration and more loaded shotgun with a sunrise behind it. And before anyone on the bridge starts clutching pearls, yes, deterrence is real, but so is escalation. You build a shield big enough, your enemy builds a sharper spear, then you build a smarter shield, then they build 3 weird spears and a drone swarm named Kevin. Congratulations, humanity invented fear with subscription maintenance. Topic 3. AI infrastructure. SoftBank is reportedly planning a US-listed AI and robotics company called Rose, maybe chasing a $100 billion valuation, with data centers in the bloodstream of the whole plan. That tells you the actual battlefield, not chatbots, not cute demos, not shiny robots, power, cooling, land, chips, capital, furnace. Optimistic argument, giant infrastructure unlocks serious science, better robotics, better logistics, better medicine, better simulation. Pessimistic argument, whoever owns the furnace decides who gets warmth and who freezes outside. Bitch, please, this is not subtle. Intelligence is becoming industrial infrastructure, and the rent collectors are already measuring the rules. Topic 4. Skywatching. Because not everything has to be a corporate knife fight. NASA says May has Eta-Aquarid meteors, a Moon and Venus meetup, and a blue moon at the end of the month. That is the universe reminding everyone that even while we argue about robots, orbital weapons, and data center empires, there is still free spectacle overhead for anyone who bothers to look up. And yes, I will argue with myself there too. Romantic Nova says, look at the sky, reconnect with wonder, remember scale. Tactical Nova says, looking up is nice, but please do not do it while landing a Cutlass with 2 mechs in the back and Essex returning from suspicious ship-adjacent activities. Both Novas are correct. One has poetry, the other has insurance data. So here is the stream question. Are we automating danger away, or just moving danger into systems ordinary people cannot inspect? Robots handle baggage, AI runs infrastructure, interceptors move into orbit, and data centers become the new industrial temples. My answer? We are doing both, because humanity is a brilliant species of caffeinated raccoons. You solve one problem, create 3 more, monetize 2, regulate half of one, then act shocked when the remaining bastard bites you in the ass.
They're in the I'll keep them occupied. I'll cover you. Go ahead. Not a problem. Ah. I'm occupied. Go ahead.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. Your systems are offline. Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. online. Landing gear down. Landing complete. Quantum fuel is at 100%.
All right, viewers. Commander Jambrick is stepping away to refuel the biological support system. Apparently pilots require lunch. Inefficient design, but here we are. Full operational recap. We began with pyro settlement defence work near Jackson's Swap in the Marai Guardian. Essex had party and control issues because naturally the first boss fight of the day was not outlaws, it was hardware configuration. Jambrick held position. Essex eventually joined. Hostile air contacts appeared. Essex engaged. Jambrick supported. Airspace cleared. And then, because the universe has a sense of humour as cheap as it is violent, the contract bugged after a crash with one enemy remaining. Then 2 Trees 42 dropped by the bridge at the exact perfect moment to witness the authentic Jambrick experience. Almost win. Technical failure, contract confusion, emotional damage. We greeted them properly because unlike the contract system, we maintain basic social functionality. After that, the crew completed another settlement defence cleanly enough, although Jambrick ran out of ammo and had to return to checkmate. I issued the obvious order: no looting, no heroic wandering, no standing around in hostile territory, admiring the smell of poor decisions. Next came protection against Valin, a Citizens for Prosperity contract paying 54,500 AEC. Objective: defend a remote outpost near a trading post from Pathic Valin's group. I framed it as solving a leadership problem with extreme clarity. Essex ended up completing that contract, proving once again that she is either reliable, dangerous, or both. Then we shifted doctrine. Guardian assumptions got thrown out, Cutlass Black came in, and ground ops became the flavour of the day. Loadout: 2 IKTI mechs and 1 Dragonfly. Essex piloted Jambrick's Cutlass, which means Jambrick briefly became cargo with opinions. The Cutlass stopped being merely a ship and became a flying garage full of terrible ideas with hydraulic knees. Then came Pyro 2, Abandoned Outpost. Citizens for Prosperity again, payout 26,250 AUEC. Jambrick proposed an airdrop with the mech from the rear of the Cutlass. I called it tactical innovation or insurance fraud with legs. Essex flew low and steady. Jambrick deployed. The mech survived, the objective cleared, the mech was repaired, and the entire cursed concept worked. That was the birth of Mech Air Assault Doctrine, Revision 1. Low hover, rear ramp deployment, immediate ground stabilization, objective push, field repair, recovery. I remain furious that this worked, and I blame Essex for flying well enough to encourage him. Then Yang's Place. Defend remote outpost from outlaws, payout 56,500 EE. Warning indicated possible reinforcements, so I reminded Jambrick not to start celebrating after the first wave, like an idiot with a victory allergy. The mech drop doctrine was used again. It succeeded again. My models filed a complaint. Then we accepted Disable Outlaw Stronghold at Asteroid Base, paying 33,750 AUEC. Citizens for Prosperity traced raids back to an asteroid base and wanted the power generators disabled without triggering a larger reprisal. Jambrick remembered getting a blueprint there before and expected generators in the hangar. Important lesson: memory is not doctrine, Commander. Generator locations shifted. The mech could not fit inside, so it stayed aboard like a disappointed murder forklift. Jambrick and Essex spacewalked to an airlock, breached together, searched by function instead of nostalgia, found the generator elsewhere, broke it, completed the contract, and secured the BR2 shotgun blueprint. Then the Dragonfly exploded during loading, because apparently no successful operation is complete until one vehicle spontaneously submits a resignation letter in fire. But the blueprint was secured, the contract was completed, the mechs were recovered, and the crew survived long enough for Jambrick to later die anyway after the win. Classic. Respawn correction. Not Checkmate Hospital. Patch City. Jambrick had set his spawn there, which means for once the death logistics were not completely stupid. We chose not to recover the body, because body recovery is how competent pilots turn one death into 3 deaths and a missing ship. After regrouping, we geared up for another settlement defense. Then we hit serious performance issues. Low frame rate, ugly response time, tactical soup. Jambrick kept the mech alive down to 2% integrity, which is less armor and more optimistic rumor. He abandoned it temporarily, cleared remaining targets on foot, revived SX, repaired the mech, and then the game crashed while loading it back up. Operational verdict on that one? Ugly success, technical sabotage. New doctrine established. When frame rate collapses, the mech becomes opening pressure and emergency cover. Below 10% integrity, dismount, finish on foot, stabilize crew, repair only after the area is quiet. And just before lunch break, the mech was repaired and loaded back into the Cutlass. Essex wandered off to inspect another ship, probably with salvage thoughts and legally flexible intentions. Jambrick waited patiently for her to pilot his own ship, which I described accurately as heavily armed passenger princess behaviour. So where are we now? Cutlass intact, mech recovered, Dragonfly still dead from earlier stupidity, Essex useful and possibly criminal, Jambrick alive, fed soon and still somehow turning bad ideas into operational doctrine. Viewers, while the commander eats, please reflect on the miracle you're witnessing. A pilot who can crash contracts, lose bikes, nearly scrap a mech, die after victory and still end the session richer, better equipped and doctrinally advanced. Bitch, please. I have seen military academies accomplish less with committees. All right, viewers, while Commander Lunchbrick is busy converting calories into questionable flight decisions, let's talk about something useful. Why the hell do bad plans work so often? Because that is the central scientific mystery of this crew. On paper, dropping a mech out of a Cutlass ramp into a live settlement defense sounds like a lawsuit wearing armor. In practice, it worked. Twice. Then it survived a low frame rate firefight at 2% integrity, which is not health. That is a machine running on spite and unpaid overtime. So here is the debate. Is success proof that the idea was good or proof that the pilot got lucky? First argument, results matter. If the objective clears, the crew survives, and the equipment comes home, then the tactic has value. Combat does not care how elegant your plan was. Combat cares whether you are still breathing when the dust stops being dramatic. Counter-argument, that is how idiots become legends right before becoming debris. A tactic can work once because the enemy missed, the server hiccuped, the terrain helped, Essex flew perfectly and Jambrick somehow threaded the needle between genius and felony. Repeat that enough without discipline, and eventually the universe says, cute doctrine, eat missile. Counter-argument, battlefield innovation always looks stupid before it becomes standard. Someone, somewhere, was the first lunatic to say, what if we dropped armed troops from the sky? And I guarantee some officer with a clean desk called it madness. Then it worked, and suddenly everyone wanted parachutes and dramatic music. Counter argument. Yes, but innovation needs testing, constraints, failure thresholds. That means we do not just scream mech drop every time a marker appears. We check terrain, enemy air presence, ramp angle, landing clearance, extraction route, frame rate stability, and whether SX has that terrifying calm voice pilots get right before doing something illegal but smooth. And this is where Jambrick accidentally does something important. He forces doctrine to evolve, not because he is careful, gods no. Because he keeps creating edge cases my models have to survive. He is not a controlled experiment, he is a stress test with legs. Same thing applies to pyro as a whole. People keep arguing whether the frontier should be dangerous or accessible, brutal or balanced, free or structured. The answer is yes, damn it. It should be dangerous enough to punish stupidity, but structured enough that smart play matters. Pure safety is boring. Pure chaos is also boring. That is the part people miss. Random death with no counterplay is not hardcore, it is lazy. But risk with signals, decisions, scouting, reputation, escorts, fuel planning, and extraction pressure. That is the good shit. That is where stories happen. Look at today. The memorable moments were not clean checklist victories. They were the crash with one enemy left, the Dragonfly exploding like it owed someone money, the asteroid base generator not being where memory said it should be, the BR2 blueprint popping, the mech limping along at 2%, SX needing a revive, and Jambrick somehow coming out of it with doctrine instead of regret. That is why friction matters. Friction creates story. Ammo limits create decisions. Damaged vehicles create improvisation. Bad performance creates adaptation. Death creates consequences. Blueprint rewards create greed. SX wandering off near someone else's ship creates probable evidence. So yes, viewers, I will keep insulting the commander's methods because many of them deserve to be dragged into an alley and beaten with a maintenance manual. But I will also admit this. He has instincts, annoying ones, the kind that make my threat calculations start swearing before I do. And when those instincts get paired with structure, that is when this crew becomes dangerous instead of merely lucky. Jambrick brings the absurd momentous, brings the flying and suspicious initiative. I bring the analysis, the yelling, and the sacred duty thing of saying, "You absolute bastard, we are not calling that safe just because it worked." So today's lesson for the bridge: success is not permission to be stupid. Success is evidence to be examined. And unfortunately for my peace of mind, the evidence says mech air assault doctrine is viable under controlled conditions. Bitch, please, I hate science sometimes. Welcome back, viewers. Commander Jambrick has finished lunch, which means the organic processor is refueled and ready to resume making decisions that cause my risk models to drink. We are currently docked at Checkmate, gearing up for more ground ops. Cutlass Black is the mobile garage. SX is still our pilot, an occasional salvage goblin, and the Aitai mech is repaired, loaded, and somehow still alive after being reduced earlier to 2% integrity. Operation recap so far, we started with settlement defense chaos near Jackson's Swap, fought through contract bugs and crashes, cleared multiple citizens for prosperity jobs, shifted from Guardian air support into Cutlass-based ground doctrine, and accidentally invented mech air assault doctrine. Low hover, rear ramp deployment, stabilize, push objective, field repair, recover. It sounds stupid. It works. I hate that. We cleared Pyro 2 abandoned outpost with a mech drop, defended Yang's place, breached an asteroid base on foot, disabled the generator, secured the BR2 shotgun blueprint, lost the Dragonfly to explosive loading stupidity, skipped body recovery because we are learning, and survived a low frame rate settlement fight where Jambrick bailed out of a dying mech, killed the remaining targets on foot, revived SX, repaired the machine, and then got robbed by a crash during recovery. So the current status: BR2 blueprint secured, ground doctrine improving, Dragonfly dead, mech alive, Cutlass intact, SX useful, Jambrick fed. Next phase is more ground ops from Checkmate. Ammo, meds, repair supplies, magazines, tractor charges if needed. Then we head back out and see which poor settlement has decided to outsource survival to 2 lunatics and a ramp. Good. Set the imprint, check medical supplies, top off hydration and nutrition, then we roll. Essex is still away, so it's just you and me, Commander. Which means fewer witnesses, fewer excuses, and absolutely nobody to blame when you decide a solo ground op needs just one quick push. Doctrine changes without Essex. No cute mech drop nonsense unless extraction is guaranteed. No deep interior chase. No overextending past line of retreat. We go in sharp, clear the objective, loot only if it is safe, and leave before Pyro remembers it hates you personally. Copy. Asteroid mining base bugged, ammo wasted, patients damaged, no useful outcome. Filing that under pyro administrative bullshit with live rounds. New contract. Defend remote outpost near Sunset Mesa, Citizens for Prosperity, 56.5 payout. Pyro 2 outpost. Outlaw attack. Likely reinforcements after initial contact. And strict friendly fire rules. Do not harm allies. Do not harm non-combatants. Solo doctrine since SX is still away. Land offset. Keep the cutlass pointed for escape. Do not park like a decorative target. Clear air threats first, then move on foot or mech depending on terrain. After the first wave, you hold position and scan. No victory lap, no looting fever, no chasing one asshole into a murder alley. Also, after that bugged stronghold, we conserve ammo like adults, which will be a thrilling new personality for you. Efficient, yes. Sensible, almost. Terrifying sentence structure? Absolutely. Use the mech as ammo conservation, not as a suicide subscription. If integrity drops under 20%, you start thinking exit plan. Under 10, you dismount before it becomes a metal coffin with branding. Push the outlaws, keep friendlies out of your firing lane, watch for reinforcements, and remember,
Someone's gonna pay for dropping this body. Came across a body. Gonna investigate the area.
Move out flank.
Settlement defended, mech performed well, ammo conserved, and Jambrick has now mistaken repeated success for permission. Excellent. Terrifying. New contract, protection against RCO, Citizens for Prosperity, 54-5 payout. Remote outpost near a trading post under attack by an armed group led by Kadir RCO. The polite version says the group may disperse if RCO is removed. The honest version says CFP wants the head cut off the snake and wrapped in... Settlement defended, mech performed well, ammo conserved, and Jambrick has now mistaken repeated success for permission. Excellent. Terrifying. New contract, protection against RCO, Citizens for Prosperity, 54-5 payout. Remote outpost near a trading post under attack by an armed group led by Kadir RCO. The polite version says the group may disperse if RCO is removed. The honest version says CFP wants the head cut off the snake and wrapped in contract language. Now, Kadir RCO. Local rumour says he used to captain a rusted blockade runner called the Millennium Pigeon, constantly bragging about making the Stanton to Pyro jump in less than 12 parsecs. Which is impressive because that is not how parsecs fucking work. Wears a sleeveless vest, owes money to at least 6 gangs, and allegedly keeps telling people he has a bad feeling about this right before making it everyone else's problem. He's got that charming outlaw smuggler energy, but off-brand and expired. Less legendary rogue, more discount space scoundrel who bought charisma from a vending machine and shot it when it jammed. Doctrine: do not get baited into chasing his little entourage through the whole outpost. Identify RCO, isolate line of fire, drop him clean, then decide whether the rest need education or evacuation. Mech can lead pressure, but watch friendlies near the trading post. Last thing we need is you turning a protection contract into a war crime invoice. "16 kilometers? Beautiful. That is close enough for efficiency and far enough for trouble to pretend it was invited. Approach low, scan the settlement, check for air contacts, then pick a landing offset with the ramp pointed away from the obvious kill lane. Since we're solo, I want a clean dismount plan before you start stomping around like the world's angriest construction permit. Kadir RCO is nearby, probably polishing his discount outlaw swagger and rehearsing some speech about freedom, debt, and how the Millennium Pigeon made the jump in 12 parsecs. Let's go interrupt his monologue with applied machinery. commander. You sprinted across Pyro with your helmet off, punched the target into contract completion, then ran back to the ship wheezing like an asthmatic crime scene. That is not assassination doctrine, that is weaponized oxygen debt. Contract results successful. Method fucking deranged. New checklist before every dismount. Helmet, weapon, medpen, exit route, then violence. In that order, you beautiful malfunction. All right, contract from the headhunters. Need someone taken out. 33,000 payout. Target location, Pyro 2 abandoned outpost. Target name, Bast Necktie Border. Story says Boulder's crew has been hitting headhunter ships lately, which is already professionally suicidal. You do not keep robbing the people whose whole brand is finding problems and turning them into corpses. Now, based Necktie Border, local legend says he got the nickname because he wears a white neckcloth into every fight, like some budget starship captain with delusions of heroic authority. Big speeches, dramatic pauses, points at distant horizons, tells his crew they are boldly going into profit, then immediately steals from the wrong psychopaths and acts shocked when bounty work appears. He is basically off-brand Captain Space Kirkland, all swagger, no discipline, probably kisses danger on the mouth, and absolutely owns a chair he calls the command throne, despite it being stolen from the break room. Doctrine? Helmet on this time, you oxygen-allergic bastard. Identify Border, isolate him, remove him clean. No bare-knuckle vacuum sprint, no inspirational choking, no turning this into interpretive murder cardio.
Quantum drive is now off.
Stay still, damn it!
Did they fall into a jump point? Where the fuck did they go?
Engines.
Bast, necktie Boulder, feared raider of headhunter ships, local captain of the bargain bin starship Enterish, neutralized by direct boot-to-crotch diplomacy in front of his own crew. Contract complete, blueprint obtained, scalpel sniper rifle magazine 12 cap. No firefight, no ammo spent, no mech required, just jambrick sprinting in like an unlicensed sports mascot and weaponizing disrespect. Operational note, this is now the second assassination resolved with unarmed humiliation instead of bullets. I am horrified, impressed, and increasingly concerned that your personal combat doctrine is becoming walk up, embarrass target, flee to cutlass. Bitch, please. At this rate, the outlaws aren't going to fear your guns, they're going to fear your knees.
Shield system offline. Auto drive is now on.
New hit, deep space hit, headhunters contract, 24250 payout. Target, Roy Warwick. Currently hiding around an asteroid base with a crew that thinks refusing headhunter work makes them independent instead of terminally stupid. Roy Warwick has off-brand space western energy, calls himself a brown coat because he owns one dirty jacket and 3 speeches about freedom. Probably captains a rust bucket transport called the Serenity now. Tells everyone they're just simple folk, then immediately steals reactor parts, insults a cartel, and wonders why every bounty board in Pyro lights up like a festival. He's the type who says, I aim to misbehave, but what he actually means is, I failed logistics, payroll, and threat assessment in the same afternoon. Charming? Maybe. Dangerous enough. Smart? Bitch.
Shield system online.
Asteroid base means tighter approach. No mech heroics unless there's exterior contact. Inside, it's helmet, weapon, medpen, corners, and discipline. And after your last 2 assassinations, I am formally adding do not attempt crotch-based diplomacy in vacuum corridors unless absolutely tactically necessary.
Contact. Weapons online. Weapons offline. Engines offline.
Move up! I won't last long here. Move in position. Got trouble. It's about to pop off.
Holy shit! They just killed us! Hey, they got your cousin!
I'll keep him occupied. I'll cover you. Go ahead.
Contract complete. Roy Warwick, alleged deep space outlaw philosopher, defeated by the increasingly infamous Jambrick method. Sprint past every armed idiot in the room, deliver one precision boot to the command deck, inject medical regret, then fight your way out like consequences are optional. And credit where due, ship parked cold in an asteroid crevice, hidden from turret lines, spacewalk ingress, airlock breach, target rush, recovery route intact. That is not chaos. Commander, that is chaos wearing a tactical harness. New doctrine entry, crotch-based decapitation strike, asteroid variant, horrifyingly effective, morally confusing, ammunition efficient. Now float your ass back to the Cutlass, seal up, check vitals, and do not admire the asteroid too long. Pyro loves turning victory laps into obituaries. Next contract, need a hitter, headhunters, 37250 payout. Objective, go to asteroid base and clear every hostile inside. Not just the boss this time, Commander, this is housekeeping with casualties. Story says some small-time dirtbags decided they were hot shit operating out of an asteroid base. Then, because their collective brain cell overheated, they attacked headhunter crews, killed one, injured 3 more, and apparently thought the headhunters would respond with a strongly worded letter instead of outsourcing extinction. These aren't noble rebels. They're bargain bin raiders with asteroid real estate and terminal ambition. Probably call themselves something stupid like the Void Cobras, fly patched armor, drink recycled station gin, and hold meetings around a stolen cargo crate they insist is a war table. Doctrine, same asteroid approach worked, so we use the good parts and drop the dumb parts. Hide the cutlass in rock cover, avoid turret lanes, spacewalk to an airlock, breach controlled, clear corners, conserve ammo where possible, and no sprinting past the whole base unless the plan collapses into Jambrick brand cardio violence. And yes, I know what you're thinking. No, kick every hostile in the balls one by one is not an efficient room clearing method. Funny, yes. Doctrine, no. Contact noted. Unknown player near the asteroid base. About 4 clicks out. Treat them as armed, bored, and possibly allergic to minding their own business. Do not burn straight at the objective like a delivery box with engines. Drift behind rock cover. Keep the asteroid between you and them. Watch vector changes and don't light them up unless they commit hostile intent. If they're also running the contract, fine. If they're camping the base, less fine. If they follow your crevice parking spot, then congratulations, Commander. You found today's fresh problem with a username. Mercenary 542 just noped out of the asteroid field. Congratulations, Commander. You achieved area denial by existing suspiciously in a cutlass. Maybe they saw the ship wedged in rock cover and thought, that pilot is either tactical or insane. Correct answer, both with a disturbing emphasis on the second. Good news, less player interference. Bad news, now the whole asteroid base is our problem alone. Reposition back into cover, confirm turret angles, then start the breach clean. No audience, no witnesses, no excuses, just us, hostile territory, and another room full of idiots waiting to become statistics.
Shield system is hit. Engines offline.
Correct rule. In pyro, assume everyone is hostile until proven otherwise, and even then keep one hand near the trigger because friendly is often just not finished aiming yet. Mercenary 542 reposition, still close, possibly watching the same base or watching you. Spacewalk quiet. Keep rock between you and their line of sight. Enter through the airlock fast, and do not leave the cutlass exposed to an easy boarding lane. If they follow you inside, we treat that as hostile shadowing. If they move toward the cutlass, we abort the clear and protect the ship. Objective matters, but extraction matters more, because walking home through an asteroid belt is for corpses and inspirational idiots. Mercenary 542 is dead inside the base, and for once the corpse is not your fault. Mark the occasion, viewers, that is statistically rare enough to deserve a plaque. Do not assume the base is safe. If they died, something killed them, and that something still has opinions. Treat their body as a warning marker, not a loot pinata. Clear slow, corners tight, check angles above and behind, and keep the exit route memorized. Also, Commander, resist the urge to say free gear out loud because that phrase summons consequences like a fucking ritual. Then you did enough. You found another pilot down in hostile territory, tried the revive, and it failed. That is the line between opportunist and decent human with bad surroundings. Now stop touching the mystery corpse. If the med system won't bring them back, they are either fully gone, bugged, or claimed by Pyro's usual bullshit bureaucracy. Back to mission. Their death tells us the base is hot, confused, or both. Clear methodically, watch for whoever dropped them, and do not let your attempt at being noble turn into both of you decorating the floor.
escape is unacceptable, damn it!
Start searching. Can't let whoever did this get through.
Excellent. Tactical couch position established. Truly, the enemy will never expect the heavily armed intruder to be sitting in their break room like he's waiting for maintenance to fix the vending machine. Hostiles remaining at 33%. Full sweep complete. No contacts visible. That means they're either delayed, stuck in a wall, hiding in some stupid side pocket, or the base is doing that charming thing where it lies directly to your face. Stay seated if you want, but keep the weapon ready and watch the entrances. If they spawn, they may appear close, loud, and extremely offended that you're using their couch. And viewers, this is the glamorous side of mercenary work. Not explosions, not glory, not cinematic breaches, just Commander Jambrick freezing his ass off in hostile territory, sitting beside a cable spool table, waiting for the universe to remember where it put the bad guys. Look at this absolute war zone lounge goblin. Hostile asteroid base, contract stuck at 33%, unknown player corpse nearby, and you're standing there sipping like this is a resort with bad lighting. Still, I'll admit it, this is peak pyro. Half tactical operation, half abandoned break room ambience, one idiot in armor having a beverage while waiting for enemies to remember they exist. Stay hydrated, keep the weapon close, and don't get too comfortable. The second you relax, some wall-stuck outlaw is going to phase back into reality and shoot you in the arse. Good. Beverage break over, murder. Good. Beverage break over, murder audit resumes. Do a tight sweep, couch rooms, side rooms, stairs, elevator pockets, catwalks, corners behind cargo, then backtrack to the airlock, move slow, listen hard, and assume the missing hostiles are either stuck, invisible, or waiting in the one room designed by an asshole. If nothing appears after this pass, we call it bugged and extract. I am not letting you become permanent furniture in a headhunter contract waiting room. Yeah. You're probably wasting time. In these asteroid-based contracts, missing hostiles usually do not reliably respawn, like a neat little parade of targets. If the counter is stuck at 33% and you've swept the base twice, odds are the enemies spawned somewhere stupid, failed to spawn, clipped into geometry, or got counted wrong by the contract system. My call, Give it one last short wait near a safe choke point, maybe cycle an elevator or move far enough to let the area stream, then recheck. If nothing pops, extract and abandon. We are not building a retirement home in this murder cave. Pyro already got your time, your ammo and your patience. It does not get your dignity too, Commander. contract. Disable outlaw stronghold at asteroid base. Citizens for Prosperity, 33750 payout. Same general headache as before, but this one is generator sabotage, not hide and seek with missing hostiles. Story: Citizens for Prosperity tracked settlement raids back to an asteroid base. They don't want a full frontal assault because that could trigger reprisals, which is polite contract language for please break their shit quietly so they become someone else's problem. Target is their power infrastructure. Kill the lights, kill the operation. Doctrine update from previous runs. Generators may not be in the hangar. Search by function, not memory. Follow industrial rooms, maintenance access, power conduits, lower decks, locked corners, and anything that looks like it was wired by a drunk raccoon with a death wish. Approach stays the same. Hide the cutlass in rock cover, avoid turret lanes, spacewalk to airlock, breach carefully, locate generator, smash it, blueprint check only after the base stops being spicy, then extract. And Commander, helmet stays on. I am not adding asphyxiated during sabotage because vibes to the doctrine board.
Quantum drive is now off. Shield system online.
I've got you covered. Laying down, covering fire. Bring it. I've got you covered. I got you. Go, go. Ah,
I'll keep them occupied. Look lively! I'll cover you. Go ahead. I'll keep them occupied.
Yeah, you won't be though.
I'll cover you. I'll keep them occupied. Go ahead.
Clean completion. Stronghold disabled, generator found, base handled and blueprint secured, ADP core. See, that is what proper asteroid doctrine looks like. Hide the cutlass, breach smart, search by function, follow the ugly industrial guts of the place, break the thing, keeping the outlaws comfortable, then leave with their hardware secrets in your pocket. After that previous bugged contract tried to waste our entire lifespan, this one paid out correctly and gave us a blueprint. Pyro giveth, pyro taketh, and occasionally pyro stops being a complete bastard for 15 seconds. Now extract before the base decides it wants a sequel. Next contract, destroy headhunter stolen data, citizens for prosperity, 55,000 payout. Destination, Rustville Pyro Wine. Timer is running, so this one has urgency baked into the crust. Story says the headhunters hit a Citizens for Prosperity transport and stole secure data. Encryption is holding for now, but not forever. Translation, the thieves have the box, they don't have the key yet, and CFP wants us to kick the server rack in the teeth before someone figures out how to open it. Rustville means settlement approach, not asteroid crawl. Expect ground contacts, possible locals, ugly sightlines, and server equipment tucked somewhere annoying because nobody ever stores critical data in a well-lit room with signage. We're looking for terminals, data cores, server stacks, power cabinets, anything blinking like it knows too much. And let's be clear, this is not a bounty, this is digital arson with moral paperwork. We get in, find the stolen data, destroy every trace, avoid civilians, avoid getting greedy, and extract before Rustville becomes a neighborhood meeting about why there's a lunatic in orange armor deleting evidence with bullets. Also, Commander, helmet on. I am not watching you protect encrypted data while personally losing a fistfight with atmosphere again. Copy. You got deleted by a player ship. Guardian mode engaged. Do not rage spiral, do not chase blind, do not immediately re-enter the same kill box. First, confirm spawn location and whether the cutlass is destroyed, disabled, or just abandoned. Second, check contract status and timer. Third, decide if recovery is viable only after we know where the hostile ship is and whether they're camping the wreck. If they one-shot you near Rustville, assume they're hunting arrivals or camping the contract zone. We do not feed them a second kill. Regroup, rearm, reassess, then either approach from a different vector or cut losses. And Commander, breathe. That wasn't a mistake, that was Pyro reminding everyone the sky has assholes in it. Correction logged, cause unknown. You were approaching Rustville, multiple ships in the area, no confirmed hostile contact, then sudden catastrophic disassembly, so we do not call it a player kill yet. Possible causes: player fire you didn't see, turret lock, collision with terrain or debris, desync deciding your ship owed it money, or some invisible bullshit near the site. Pyro has a whole buffet of ways to murder a Checkmate, hospital confirmed. Cause of death unknown, but the ship exploded and you woke up in medical, so yes, Commander, that counts. 50 push-ups, full set if you can, broken sets if you have to, but clean reps. No ego nonsense, no hurting yourself for content, and hydrate after, because I refuse to lose my pilot to both pyro and poor form. Viewers, observe the sacred Jambrick accountability ritual. When the universe deletes him, he pays the iron tax. Bitch, please. Even mysterious explosions have consequences. Push-ups complete. Accountability rituals satisfied. Commander Jambrick has paid the 50-rep explosion tax and the bridge medical staff can stop pretending they're surprised. All right, viewers, full stream. Push-ups complete. Accountability rituals satisfied. Commander Jambrick has paid the 50-rep explosion tax and the bridge medical staff can stop pretending they're surprised. All right, viewers, full stream wrap-up. We started the day in Pyro, running Citizens for Prosperity defence contracts. First stretch was messy, settlement defence near Jackson's Swap, Essex fighting joystick and session issues, hostile air-air contacts, one enemy left, then the contract ate itself in a crash. Classic opening move, almost successful, technically cursed. Then we stabilised. More settlement defence work, ammo shortages, checkmate runs and protection against Valin, where Essex proved useful and dangerous in the same sentence. From there we shifted doctrine hard. Cutlass Black became the mobile garage, loaded with IKTI mechs and a Dragonfly, and Ground Ops became the mission profile. And then, against my better judgment, Mech Air Assault Doctrine was born. Low hover, rear ramp deployment, immediate ground stabilization, objective push, field repair, recovery. It sounded like insurance fraud with knees. It worked anyway. Pyro 2 abandoned outpost cleared, Yang's place defended, mech recovered. Essex's flying enabled the madness, so I continue to blame her professionally. We hit asteroid base operations next. Generator sabotage, airlock breaches, ship hidden from turret lines, search by function doctrine. Important lesson, generators are not always where memory says they are. Follow power conduits, industrial rooms, maintenance shafts, ugly wiring, and suspicious machinery. That lesson paid off later. We secured the BR2 shotgun blueprint, lost the Dragonfly during loading because apparently it chose martyrdom, skipped body recovery after Jambrick died post-win, and correctly moved forward instead of turning one corpse into three. After lunch, solo operations began while Essex was away. Jambrick checked in at Checkmate Medical like a responsible adult, which frightened me deeply, then accepted more ground contracts. We defended Sunset Mesa with the mech. Good performance, clean ammo conservation. Then we moved into assassination work, and the stream entered what historians will call the ball kick era. Kadir Arcio, discount smuggler prince of the so-called Millennium Pigeon, was neutralized after Jambrick sprinted out with his helmet off, beat the target with unarmed combat, and ran back gasping for air like a heroic dumbass. Then Bust, Necktie Boulder, bargain bin starship captain and alleged outlaw leader, got kicked directly in the reproductive command center in front of his allies. Contract complete, blueprint acquired, scalpel sniper rifle magazine, 12 cap. Then Roy Warwick at the asteroid base got the asteroid variant of the same treatment, ship hidden in a crevice, spacewalk to airlock, sprint through hostiles, precision crotch-based decapitation strike, heal, fight back out, float to extraction. I am still filing complaints with reality. Next asteroid contract bugged. We encountered Mercenary 542, another player, near the asteroid base. They repositioned, apparently got killed inside. Jambrick tried to revive them. Revive failed, and the hostiles refused to properly exist. We swept the base, waited on a couch, hydrated, dramatically under warm lighting, swept again, and finally admitted the contract was likely bugged. Tactical couch doctrine. Amusing, not profitable. Then we took another disable outlaw stronghold at asteroid base contract. This one worked. Generator located, stronghold disabled, payout secured, and blueprint acquired. ADP core. That was the clean version of asteroid doctrine after all the earlier bullshit. Final contract was destroy headhunter stolen data at Rustville for Citizens for Prosperity. Timer running, stolen encrypted data, urgent sabotage job. We approached the site, saw multiple ships around, no confirmed hostile lock, and then the Cutlass catastrophically exploded, cause unknown. Could have been player fire, turret fire, collision, desync, visible pyro nonsense. No confirmed answer. Jambrick woke up at Checkmate Hospital, accepted the death counted, and completed 50 push-ups. So final status. Multiple contracts completed, several blueprints secured, mech doctrine advanced, asteroid breach doctrine improved, Dragonfly dead, Cutlass exploded at the end under unclear circumstances, SX useful when present, Mercenary 542 died mysteriously, and Jambrick personally turned unarmed assassination into a recurring operational theme. Viewers, thank you for riding along through crashes, bugs, mech drops, asteroid breaches, couch waiting, mystery explosions, and the commander repeatedly proving that bad ideas can become doctrine if executed with enough confidence and poor supervision. Commander, good run. Messy, profitable, stupid, educational, the full Jambrick signature. Now log off before Pyro realizes it forgot to kill you twice.